Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient corridors of Hogwarts whispered their secrets in threads of golden light, visible only to those rare few who could see magic in its purest form. Helena Spellweaver was one such individual, though she often wished she wasn't. The shimmering patterns of spellwork that danced before her eyes were beautiful, yes, but lately they had begun to show something disturbing. The protective enchantments of Hogwarts were unraveling. Standing in the moonlit grand staircase, Helena traced her fingers through the air, following the intricate weave of spells that had protected the school for centuries. Where once the magical threads had been taut and vibrant, they now hung loose and dim, like an ancient tapestry succumbing to time. As the school's youngest charms professor at 26, she felt the weight of this knowledge press heavily upon her shoulders. "You see it too, don't you?" The voice, hollow and ethereal, made Helena spin around. There, hovering in a shaft of moonlight, was the translucent form of Master Benedict Threadworth, a ghost she had never seen before. His spectral robes were the intricate patterns of a master weaver, and his eyes held the same knowing look she often saw in her own reflection. "The protections are failing," Helena whispered, her words carrying the weight of centuries. "But why? How?" Master Benedict drifted closer, his form flickering like a candle in the wind. "The needles of fate have been stolen," he said, his voice heavy with sorrow. 5 ancient artifacts, each bearing a thread of the original protection spells woven by the founders themselves. Without them, the tapestry of Hogwarts magic will continue to unravel until nothing remains. Helena's heart quickened. She had read about magical weaving in the restricted section, but it was considered a lost art, too complex and dangerous for modern wizards to attempt. Who would dare steal such powerful artifacts? "The Crimson Circle," Benedict replied, his form growing dimmer. "A group of dark weavers who believe they can rewrite the very fabric of magic itself. They seek to transform Hogwarts into a nexus of dark magic, using the needles to weave a new tapestry of power." In the days that followed, Helena threw herself into researching the lost art of magical weaving. Master Benedict became her guide, teaching her to see not just the patterns of magic, but to understand their deeper meaning. Each spell was a thread, he explained, and every enchantment a careful weave of purpose and power. Her first breakthrough came during a late-night session in the Room of Requirement. As she practiced manipulating simple spells, the room provided her with an ancient loom of twisted silver and moonstone. Under Benedict's guidance, she learned to pluck at the threads of existing spells, rearranging them into new patterns. "The Crimson Circle will strike at the next lunar eclipse," Benedict warned one evening, as Helena struggled to reweave a simple protection charm. "When the moon's shadow falls upon the castle, the old tapestry will be at its weakest." Time became Helena's enemy as she raced to master her newfound abilities. She discovered that each of the 5 needles of fate controlled a different aspect of Hogwarts protection. One for the physical boundaries, one for detection of dark magic, one for the concealment from Muggle eyes, one for the internal security, and one that bound them all together in harmony. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. During a routine class demonstration, Helena noticed how her students' spells interacted with each other, creating brief, beautiful patterns in the air. It reminded her of something Benedict had mentioned about the founder's original weaving. They hadn't worked alone, but together, each contributing their unique magical signature to create something greater than the sum of its parts. On the night of the lunar eclipse, Helena stood in the heart of the castle, surrounded by a carefully selected group of students and teachers, each chosen for their unique magical abilities. As the moon's shadow began to creep across the sky, she felt the first tremors of dark magic attempting to penetrate the castle's weakened defenses. The Crimson Circle emerged from the shadows, their crimson robes gleaming with threads of corrupted magic. They wielded the stolen needles like weapons, each artifact pulsing with dark energy. Their leader, a tall figure wearing a mask of woven darkness, stepped forward. "You cannot stop what must be," the leader's voice echoed through the castle. "The old ways will fall, and a new tapestry will be woven," but Helena was ready. As the circle began their dark weaving, she orchestrated her allies in an intricate magical counterpoint. Each person's spell became a thread in her hands, and she wove them together with the skill Benedict had helped her develop. The air itself seemed to sing with the harmony of their combined magic. The battle that followed was unlike any in Hogwarts history. Spells didn't just fly through the air, they wove and unwove, created and destroyed patterns of light and shadow. The Crimson Circle's dark weaving clashed with Helena's lighter threads, creating a spectacular display of magical artistry. In the crucial moment, as the eclipse reached its totality, Helena understood what she had to do. Instead of fighting against the circle's weaving, she began to incorporate it, taking their dark threads and reweaving them into her pattern. It was dangerous. One mistake could unravel everything, but it was the only way. The needles of fate, recognizing the echo of their original purpose in Helena's weaving, began to resonate with her magic. One by one, they pulled free from the circle's grasp, drawn to the harmony of Helena's grand design. With each needle that returned, the pattern grew stronger, more complete. As the moon emerged from shadow, the new tapestry of Hogwarts protection settled into place. It was different from their original. Helena could see threads of shadow among the light, creating a more complex and resilient pattern than before. The Crimson Circle's attempt to corrupt the castle had instead contributed to its renewal. Master Benedict's ghost glowed with pride as the last threads settled into place. "You didn't just restore the old protections," he said, his voice filled with wonder. "You've created something new, something stronger." Light and shadow, woven together in perfect balance, Helena stood in the aftermath, watching the new pattern of spells shimmer in the returning moonlight. The castle felt different now, more alive somehow. She could see how the threads of magic connected everyone and everything within its walls, a tapestry of infinite complexity and beauty. From that day forward, Helena Spellweaver became known not just as a charms professor, but as the one who brought the art of magical weaving back to Hogwarts. She established a new course of study, teaching selected students to see and understand the patterns that connected all magic. And in the highest tower of the castle, the ancient loom continued to spin, weaving new threads into the ever-evolving story of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The 5 needles of fate were restored to their rightful place, but now they bore the mark of their journey, a reminder that sometimes the strongest magic comes not from perfect light, but from the careful balance of all the threads that make up the grand tapestry of life. Story 2. Time moved differently in Hogwarts, or at least that's what Marcus Timeweaver discovered on that fateful evening in the trophy room. What had started as a mundane detention for accidentally turning Professor McGonagall's hat into a tap-dancing teapot became the beginning of an extraordinary adventure that would challenge the very fabric of time itself. The broken hourglass lay forgotten in a dusty corner, its golden frame tarnished and its magical sand scattered across the floor. As Marcus reached to clean it up, his fingers brushed against the weathered metal, and suddenly, the world around him shimmered like heat waves rising from summer pavement. Images flashed before his eyes. Students from different eras walking the same corridors, battles long forgotten, secrets buried beneath centuries of magical history. Careful with that, young Time Weaver spoke an ancient voice that seemed to echo from both the past and future simultaneously. Time is a delicate thread, and you've just pulled at a very important loose end. Marcus spun around to face a massive grandfather clock he'd never noticed before, its face adorned with countless hands moving at different speeds. As he watched, the clock's face shifted and transformed, revealing the visage of an elderly wizard with eyes that sparkled like chronometer gears. "I am Cronulus," the clock announced, its hands moving in sync with its words. "Once, I was the guardian of Hogwarts' temporal boundaries. Now, I fear, someone is trying to unravel them all." Over the next few days, students began to vanish. First was Emily Chapman from Ravenclaw, who disappeared during potions only to reappear 3 days later in the Great Hall, convinced she'd only been gone for minutes. Then Thomas Blackwood from Hufflepuff materialized in the library wearing robes from the 1800s, with no memory of how he got there. Under Cronulus's guidance, Marcus learned to see the temporal pockets scattered throughout Hogwarts places, where time flowed like eddies in a stream. The castle had always contained such anomalies, but now they were growing, spreading like cracks in a frozen lake. "Someone is harvesting them," Cronulus explained, his many hands ticking anxiously. "Each student who disappears returns slightly different, their temporal energy drained. Someone is building a temporal army, pulling warriors from different points in Hogwarts history." Marcus discovered his own unique ability to navigate these temporal distortions. When he concentrated, time seemed to slow around him, revealing shadowy figures moving through the castle students and teachers from different eras, all unaware they were being manipulated. The mystery deepened when Marcus found another broken hourglass, this one in the room of requirement. As he touched it, a vision struck him, a cloaked figure standing before a massive temporal loom, weaving threads of time into a dark tapestry. Each thread was a stolen moment, a borrowed life from Hogwarts' long history. The Time Weaver, Cronulus's voice trembled when Marcus described his vision. She was once Hogwarts' Master of Time, tasked with maintaining the castle's temporal stability. But she became obsessed with the idea of creating a perfect timeline, one where Hogwarts would never face darkness or defeat the disappearances accelerated. Students from all houses vanished and returned changed, their eyes holding the weight of years they hadn't lived. Marcus began to notice them gathering in secret, moving with an uncanny synchronization that spoke of shared purpose. Through careful observation and the help of Cronulus, Marcus pieced together the Time Weaver's plan. She was using the temporal pockets to gather warriors from every significant battle in Hogwarts history, students who had fought against dark forces, each carrying the experience and determination of their own times. "But you can't simply rewrite time," Cronulus warned. "Every change creates ripples, distortions that could tear reality apart. The Time Weaver's perfect timeline would come at the cost of all others. The confrontation came during the winter solstice, when the barriers between time streams were naturally thinnest." Marcus found the Time Weaver in the highest tower of Hogwarts, surrounded by floating hourglasses and temporal distortions that bent the very air around her. Her army of time-displaced students stood ready, each bearing the knowledge and battle scars of a different era. "Don't you see?" she pleaded with Marcus. "With warriors from every age, we can prevent every tragedy, stop every dark wizard before they rise to power. We can make Hogwarts eternally safe." But Marcus had learned enough about time to understand the flaw in her plan. Hogwarts isn't meant to be unchanging, he argued, drawing on his newfound temporal awareness. It's the challenges, the darkness we overcome, that make it strong. You're not protecting the school, you're trying to freeze it in amber. The battle that followed transcended ordinary magical combat. Students from different centuries fought alongside and against each other, spells from diverse eras clashing in spectacular displays. Marcus used his ability to navigate the temporal currents, moving between pockets of slowed and accelerated time to reach the Time Weaver's temporal loom. In the crucial moment, Marcus understood what he had to do. Rather than trying to stop the Time Weaver's magic, he reached out to the temporal threads she had gathered, but instead of pulling them apart, he began to weave them back into their proper places. Each student's timeline began to reassert itself, drawing them back to their own eras with a gentle but inexorable pull of time returning to its natural flow. The Time Weaver's loom collapsed, its gathered temporal energy dispersing through the castle like morning mist. As the last temporal pockets sealed themselves, Marcus caught a glimpse of the Time Weaver's face, not angry, but peaceful, as if she too had finally understood the beauty of time's natural progression. Cronulus's many hands aligned for a moment, marking the return to temporal stability. "You've done well, young Time Weaver," the ancient clock said proudly. "You've learned what your predecessor forgot, that time's greatest strength lies not in its preservation, but in its constant flow. In the aftermath, Hogwarts settled back into its normal rhythms, though normal had gained new meaning for Marcus. He could still see the faint traces of temporal currents in the castle's corridors, but now they seemed less like dangerous anomalies and more like the gentle pulse of the castle's living history. The broken hourglass that started it all found a new home in the trophy room, restored but empty of its temporal sand. Sometimes, late at night, Marcus would visit it, watching as its golden frame caught the moonlight. In those quiet moments, he could feel the weight of all Hogwarts history, past, present, and future flowing together in an eternal dance of time, each moment precious precisely because it could not last forever. Story 3, in the depths of Hogwarts library, where ancient tomes slumbered and forgotten scrolls gathered dust, Lyra Dreamweaver discovered that some books whispered in the dark. Not the usual whispers of magical texts, mind you, but something far more intimate, the soft murmur of dreams, floating like stardust between the shelves. As the assistant librarian, Lyra spent her evenings organizing the restricted section, a task that most found tedious, but that she treasured like a secret romance. It was during one such evening, as she traced her fingers along the spines of weathered books, that she felt it, a gentle pulse of magic, like a heartbeat behind the wall. The hidden door revealed itself not with a dramatic flourish, but with a soft sigh, as if relieved to finally be found. Beyond lay a chamber that defied the ordinary laws of space, its ceiling lost in a swirling mist of golden light. Countless pages floated through the air, each one glowing with an inner luminescence, carrying fragments of dreams like precious cargo. "Beautiful, isn't it?" The voice startled Lyra, though it was barely more than a whisper. She turned to find herself face to face with the portrait of Rowena Ravenclaw, not the familiar painting from the common room, but a smaller, more intimate version that showed the founder in her younger years. The Chamber of Reverie, where the dreams of Hogwarts students come to rest when they're forgotten or abandoned. Over the next few weeks, Lyra learned the chamber's secrets from Rowena's portrait. Each floating page contained a dream, aspirations, hopes, and even fears that students had left behind. Some were centuries old, carrying the faded wishes of long-graduated wizards and witches. Others were fresh and vibrant, still warm with the emotion of recent dreamers. But something was wrong. Dreams began to vanish, not with the natural fading of time, but suddenly, violently. With each disappearance, students throughout the castle reported feeling hollower, as if something precious had been stolen from them. Their most cherished memories grew dim, like stars fading at dawn. "It's the Somnus Codex," Rowena's portrait explained, her voice tight with concern. "An ancient grimoire created by a dark wizard who believed that dreams were the purest form of magic. He sought to harvest them, to feed on their power. The truth revealed itself in pieces, like a puzzle assembled from fragments of different dreams." A group of ghost librarians, the original guardians of the Chamber of Reverie, showed Lyra how the founders had defeated the Codex centuries ago, binding it within the Chamber's magic. But now it was awakening, hungry after its long imprisonment. As dreams continued to disappear, the castle itself began to change. Colors seemed less vibrant, laughter echoed less frequently through the halls, and even the magical paintings appeared to lose their spark. Students moved through their days like sleepwalkers, their eyes glazed with the peculiar emptiness of those who have forgotten how to hope. Lyra discovered that she could read the dreams that remained, each page opening its story to her touch. She found patterns in their magic, delicate connections that linked dreamers across time and space. The Codex wasn't just consuming dreams randomly, it was searching for something specific, something powerful enough to fully wake it from its centuries-long slumber. The answer came from an unexpected source, Peeves, the poltergeist who for once wasn't causing chaos, but observing it with uncharacteristic solemnity. "The firsties' dreams are the strongest," he said, bouncing anxiously in the air. "All that raw hope, unspoiled by reality." That's what old Codex is after. Working with the ghost librarians and Rowena's portrait, Lyra began to understand the true nature of the Chamber of Reverie. It wasn't just a repository for forgotten dreams, it was a protective mechanism, designed to preserve the magical essence of hope itself. The founders had known that dreams were the wellspring of magical creativity, the source from which new spells and possibilities emerged. The Codex made its final move during the winter solstice, when the barrier between dreams and reality grew thinnest. Dreams began to transform into nightmares, taking physical form and stalking the castle corridors. Students found themselves confronted by their deepest fears and abandoned hopes, now twisted into dark reflections of what might have been. But Lyra had prepared for this moment. Through her studies of the floating pages, she had learned to weave dreams together, creating networks of shared hope that grew stronger through their connections. As the Codex attempted to rise, pulling power from the stolen dreams, she began to read aloud from the pages that remained. Her voice carried through the chamber, then through the castle itself, as she read dreams of friendship and courage, of discovery and wonder. Each story resonated with those who had dreamed it, awakening memories they thought lost. Throughout Hogwarts, students and teachers alike found themselves remembering their own forgotten dreams, adding their voices to the growing chorus of hope. The Codex fought back, sending waves of nightmares to silence the dreamers. But Lyra understood now that nightmares were just dreams in shadow, and shadow could not exist without light. Instead of fighting the darkness, she began to weave it into her reading, acknowledging the fear and doubt that made hope precious. The chamber filled with a light that was neither golden nor silver but something in between, as dreams and nightmares found their natural balance. The Codex, no longer able to feed on pure dreams alone, began to fade, its pages turning to dust that merged with the floating dreamscapes around it. In the aftermath, the Chamber of Reverie was transformed. Dreams still floated through the air, but now they danced with their shadows, creating patterns of infinite complexity and beauty. The ghost librarians resumed their garb, but with a new understanding of their purpose, not just to protect dreams, but to help them grow and change. Lyra continued her work in the library, but her role had expanded. Students would sometimes find her in the Chamber of Reverie, reading aloud from floating pages to remind them of dreams they thought lost. She became known as the Keeper of Dreams, helping new generations of witches and wizards understand that magic lived not just in their wands and spells, but in their hopes and aspirations. And in the quietest hours of the night, when the castle slept and dreams roamed free, the Chamber of Reverie glowed with a light that was neither day nor darkness, but the perfect balance of both, a testament to the power of dreams to transform not just the dreamer, but the very world itself. Story 4. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, where ancient magic still pulls through gnarled roots and whispered through leaves and touched by time, Thaddeus Flameheart found himself drawn to a clearing he'd never seen before. As Hogwarts' youngest groundskeeper in a century, he thought he knew every inch of these woods, but the forest had a way of keeping secrets, even from those who called it home. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, illuminating a peculiar mound of crystalline earth that seemed to pulse with an inner light. As Thaddeus approached, his lantern caught the reflection of something smooth and oval, a dragon's egg, but unlike any he'd ever seen in his studies of magical creatures. Its surface appeared to be carved from pure crystal, with swirling patterns that shifted like clouds in a summer storm. After all these centuries, a voice whispered through the trees. The egg chooses now to reveal itself. Professor Aurora Drakescale emerged from the shadows, her silver hair gleaming in the moonlight. As the care of magical creatures teacher, she'd always seemed different from the other professors, more ancient somehow, as if she carried secrets as old as the castle itself. The egg began to crack the moment Thaddeus touched it, sending sparks of crystalline light dancing through the clearing. From within emerged a dragon unlike any recorded in the annals of magical history. Its scales were transparent as diamond, but shifted with all the colors of the aurora borealis, and its eyes held an intelligence that spoke of more than mere animal consciousness. A crystal drake, Aurora breathed, her voice thick with emotion. The last of the great speakers, dragons who once shared their wisdom with the chosen few, the Dragamages. The dragon's first cry resonated through Thaddeus's very being, and suddenly the forest around him transformed. He could hear the whispered conversations of every magical creature within the woods, understand the ancient songs of the centaur herds, and feel the pulse of dragon magic that still lingered in the earth beneath Hogwarts. But their discovery had not gone unnoticed. Within days, mysterious figures in shadow-colored robes began appearing at the edges of the forest. The Order of the Dragon's Bane, Aurora explained, an ancient sect of hunters who believed that dragons were the source of a corrupted magic that threatened to unbalance the world. "They don't understand," Aurora said one evening, as they watched the crystal drake, now named Luminar, practice flight above the treetops. "Dragon magic isn't corruption. It's the oldest and purest form of magic that exists. The Dragamages didn't control dragons. They learned from them, understanding magic as it was meant to be experienced. Thaddeus's training began in secret, guided by both Aurora and Luminar. He learned that dragon magic wasn't about domination, but harmony, the ability to see how all magical energies flowed together in an endless dance. Through Luminar's eyes, he could see the ley lines that crisscrossed beneath Hogwarts, feeding the castle's ancient enchantments. But the dragon's bane grew bolder. Students reported seeing cloaked figures near the edge of the grounds, and strange symbols began appearing carved into trees, ancient wards, designed to weaken dragon magic. When several unicorns were found petrified in the forest, their magic drained, Thaddeus realized the hunters were gathering power for something big. The truth came from an unexpected source, a portrait of Salazar Slytherin himself, hidden in a forgotten corner of the dungeons. The Chamber of Secrets was never meant to house a monster, the portrait revealed. It was a sanctuary for dragons, created when the hunters first rose to power. Beneath Hogwarts lies the last great dragon haven, sealed away and forgotten as winter descended upon the castle. The dragon's bane made their move. They attacked during the longest night of the year, when dragon magic was at its weakest. Their leader, wrapped in robes that seemed to swallow light, wielded a staff made from the fossilized bones of an ancient dragon. The age of wild magic ends tonight, the hunter's leader declared, his voice echoing across the grounds. Dragons are a corruption in the orderly flow of magic, a chaos that must be contained, but Thaddeus and Luminar were ready. Months of training had taught them that true dragon magic wasn't about power, it was about connection. As the hunters advanced, Thaddeus reached out with his newfound senses, touching the minds of every magical creature in the forest. Centaurs emerged from the shadows, unicorns stepped into the moonlight, and even the acromantulas moved through the darkness, all united in defense of the forest's ancient magic. The battle that followed would be remembered in Hogwarts legend for centuries. The hunters wielded magic that sought to bind and control, but Thaddeus and Luminar moved in perfect harmony, their combined power flowing like water around the rigid spells of their opponents. Aurora revealed her own secret. She was the last of an ancient line of dragon riders, preserving their knowledge through the centuries. In the crucial moment, as the hunter's leader attempted to unleash a spell designed to sever the connection between dragons and magic itself, Luminar shared a vision with Thaddeus, the location of the original dragon sanctuary beneath the school. Together, they dove into the heart of Hogwarts, following paths forgotten by time. The Chamber of Dragons awoke at their presence, ancient runes blazing to life along its crystalline walls. Here, dragon magic had been preserved in its purest form, waiting for one who could understand its true nature. As the hunters breached the chamber, Thaddeus and Luminar touched the central crystal, and the very foundations of Hogwarts resonated with dragon song. The hunters' magic, based on control and domination, couldn't withstand the pure harmony of the dragon sanctuary. Their spells unraveled, and their stolen power returned to the forest from which it had been taken. The leader's staff crumbled to dust, revealing the truth their fear of dragons had led them to become what they fought against, wielders of corrupted magic. In the aftermath, the Chamber of Dragons was restored to its original purpose. Under Thaddeus and Aurora's guidance, it became a new center of learning at Hogwarts, where students could understand the deeper harmony that connected all magical beings. Luminar grew into a magnificent drake, the first of a new generation of crystal dragons, born from the renewed connection between dragons and wizards. And on quiet nights, when the moon is full and magic runs strong, those who listen carefully can still hear the song of dragons echoing through the halls of Hogwarts, reminding all who hear it that the greatest magic comes not from power or control, but from the harmony of all magical beings working together in perfect balance. Story 5. In the forgotten corridors of Hogwarts, where torchlight barely penetrated the ancient shadows, Aurora Blackthurn discovered that darkness could whisper. As a sixth-year Ravenclaw prefect with an insatiable curiosity for the castle's mysteries, she had explored many abandoned wings, but this particular hallway felt different. The shadows here moved with purpose, as if they were trying to tell stories centuries old. The portrait that caught her attention wasn't particularly large or ornate, but something about it demanded notice. Unlike the other magical paintings that filled Hogwarts' walls, this one remained still, showing a severe-looking wizard in dark robes with eyes that seemed to follow her movements. A small plaque beneath it read simply, "Cornelius Shadowweaver, Guardian of the Veil. You can see them, can't you?" The portrait's sudden speech made Aurora jump. The shadows, they danced differently for those who know how to look. Cornelius Shadowweaver's painted face had come alive, his eyes now glinting with an intelligence that seemed too sharp for mere oil and canvas. According to official records, Cornelius Shadowweaver, had been branded a traitor to Hogwarts centuries ago, accused of practicing forbidden magic and banished from the school. But as Aurora spent more evenings talking with his portrait, a different story emerged. He had been the castle's shadow guardian, master of an ancient form of magic that used shadows not as weapons, but as protectors. The shadows are the castle's memory, he explained one night, as darkness gathered thick around them. They remember every secret, every triumph, every tragedy that has ever occurred within these walls. And now, after all these years, they're restless. Something is coming. Aurora began to notice changes throughout the castle. Students reported strange movements in dark corners, and several claimed to have seen figures made of pure shadow walking the halls at night. When a first-year Hufflepuff disappeared for several hours only to be found in a daze, speaking of dancing darkness, Aurora knew the time had come to act. Through Shadowweaver's guidance, she began to learn the forgotten art of shadow magic. It wasn't like the dark arts. Shadow magic was about understanding the natural balance between light and darkness, seeing how one could not exist without the other. The shadows responded to her touch, sharing glimpses of Hogwarts' past and warnings about its future. They call themselves the Circle of Light, Shadowweaver revealed grimly. Former students who believe they can perfect the world by banishing all shadows. But they don't understand without shadow, light becomes blinding. Without darkness, we lose depth, mystery, and the very essence of magic itself. The truth about the circle emerged piece by piece. They had spent years gathering power, using ancient artifacts to harvest the castle's shadows. Their ultimate goal was to perform a ritual that would flood Hogwarts with perpetual light, believing this would purify the school of all dark magic. They didn't realize this would also destroy the delicate balance that had protected Hogwarts for centuries. Aurora discovered that the circle had hidden their base in a forgotten chamber deep beneath the castle, where they had created a device called the Luminous Engine. This massive crystalline construct was designed to capture and transform shadows into pure light energy. With each shadow it consumed, the castle's ancient protections grew weaker. As the winter solstice approached the longest night of the year, the circle made their move. Shadow creatures began emerging from every dark corner, not attacking, but fleeing in terror from an approaching light that threatened to consume them. The very walls of Hogwarts seemed to tremble as the balance of light and shadow began to unravel. The shadows aren't our enemies, Aurora realized as she watched them scatter. They're refugees, seeking shelter from what's coming. Using her newly learned skills, she began to communicate with the shadow creatures, understanding their fear and their desperate need for sanctuary. The final confrontation took place in the heart of Hogwarts, where the Circle had constructed their luminous engine. The chamber blazed with unnatural light, painfully bright, as the Circle's members channeled their power into the crystal structure. At their center stood their leader, a former Hogwarts professor who had lost her way in her quest for absolute purity. But Aurora wasn't alone. Shadowweaver's portrait had taught her well, and the shadows themselves rallied to her cause. As the Circle attempted to complete their ritual, she began to weave shadow magic in ways not seen for centuries. Instead of fighting against the light, she worked with it, showing how shadow and light could dance together in perfect harmony. Light and shadow are not good and evil, she called out to the Circle. They are two parts of the same whole, like day and night, like inspiration and reflection. One cannot exist without the other. The battle that followed was unlike anything Hogwarts had ever seen. The Circle wielded beams of searing light, while Aurora danced with living shadows. But her real power came not from combat, but from understanding. With each spell, she demonstrated the beauty of balance, showing how shadows gave depth and meaning to light, how darkness made the stars visible. The turning point came when Aurora managed to reach the heart of the luminous engine. Instead of destroying it, she transformed it, using her knowledge of shadow magic to create a new kind of artifact, one that celebrated the unity of light and shadow. The engine's harsh glare softened, melding with the darkness to create a display of incredible beauty, like an aurora painted in shadow and starlight. In the aftermath, the Circle's members began to understand what they had nearly destroyed. The shadow creatures returned to their places in the castle, no longer feared, but recognized as ancient guardians. Cornelius Shadowweaver's portrait was restored to a place of honor, and his true story was finally told. Aurora became Hogwarts' new shadow guardian, teaching future generations about the importance of balance in magic. In the Great Hall, light and shadow now danced together in mesmerizing patterns, reminding students that true magic comes not from eliminating darkness, but from understanding how it works in harmony with light. And in the quiet corners of Hogwarts, where shadows still gather to whisper their ancient secrets, there's a new story being told about a young witch who learned to see beauty in the darkness, and in doing so, helped preserve the delicate balance that makes magic itself possible. Story 6. Lightning split the Scottish sky like a serpent's tongue, illuminating the ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle for a brief, brilliant moment. In the depths of the library's restricted section, Lucy Weasley should have been working on her advanced potions essay. Instead, she found herself drawn to a curious tome that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. The book had no title, no author's name, and its leather binding was unmarked save for a strange symbol she'd never seen before. 5 interlocked rings, each containing what appeared to be an elemental sign. 4 she recognized from the house emblems: a lion wreathed in flame, an eagle soaring through air, a badger emerging from earth, and a serpent flowing like water. But the fifth showed a phoenix rising from shadows themselves. As Lucy's fingers brushed the symbol, the book fell open of its own accord. The pages were blank, yet as she watched, ink began to flow across the parchment like black water, forming words in an elegant script. The truth of Hogwarts lies not in 4 pillars, but in 5. What was hidden shall be revealed. What was lost shall be found. The circle must be completed once more. A gust of wind extinguished the nearby lanterns, plunging the library into darkness. When they relit themselves moments later, Lucy found herself staring at a detailed account of a 5th Hogwarts house, Phoenix Firehouse, founded by Artemisia Blackthurn, a contemporary of the other 4 founders whose very existence had been erased from history. The next morning, strange things began happening throughout the castle. Students reported seeing unfamiliar corridors that hadn't existed before. Ancient symbols appeared overnight on classroom walls, glowing with a soft purple light. Most disturbing of all, students from different houses started manifesting unusual magical abilities. A first-year Hufflepuff who could speak to shadows, a Slytherin prefect who could step through mirrors, a Ravenclaw who could hear the thoughts of statues. Lucy found herself at the center of it all, the book continuing to write itself in her presence, revealing more about Artemisia Blackthurn and the Forgotten House. According to its pages, Phoenix Fire had been created to bridge the gaps between the other houses, teaching a form of magic that transcended the ordinary disciplines. But something had gone terribly wrong, a catastrophic event that had nearly torn Hogwarts apart. Help came from an unexpected quarter. Sir Nicholas D. Mimsy Porpington, nearly headless Nick, revealed that he hadn't always been a ghost. He had once been a professor at Hogwarts, teaching in Phoenix Firehouse itself. His partial beheading hadn't been the result of a botched execution, but rather a magical accident during the cataclysm that had led to the house's erasure. The truth, dear girl, Nick explained as they stood in an empty classroom, his silvery form flickering in the candlelight, is that Artemisia discovered something profound about the nature of magic itself. She believed that dividing students by their dominant traits was limiting their potential. In Phoenix Fire, we taught that true power came from embracing all aspects of oneself: courage and cunning, wisdom and loyalty. An ancient house elf named Wrinkle, who had served at Hogwarts for over 7 centuries, confirmed Nick's account. Mistress Artemisia was creating new magic, the elf whispered, his large eyes filled with both wonder and fear. Magic that could change the very fabric of reality. But the other founders, they grew afraid. They said such power was too dangerous, that it would destroy the barriers between what is and what could be, as more of the book wrote itself. Lucy learned that Artemisia had created a magical artifact called the Quintessence, a device capable of accessing and manipulating the raw essence of magic itself. The catastrophe that had led to Phoenix Fire's erasure had occurred when the artifact had been activated prematurely during a dispute between the founders. The book wasn't merely recording history. It was actively restoring what had been erased. Each new page that wrote itself was bringing back more of the lost house's essence, and with it, the dormant magical potential in the students. But it was also weakening the very foundations of Hogwarts itself. Strange cracks began appearing in the castle walls, leaking golden light. Staircases moved of their own accord, creating impossible geometries. Portraits began showing scenes from alternate timelines versions of Hogwarts where Phoenix Fire had never been erased, where the houses existed in harmony, where magic had evolved beyond anything they knew. Lucy realized she had to make a choice. The book's final pages remained blank, waiting for her decision. She could complete the restoration, fully awakening the lost magic and forever changing Hogwarts, and perhaps the entire wizarding world. Or she could close the book, leaving the truth buried, but preserving the stability of their current reality. In the end, it was a conversation with the Sorting Hat that helped her decide. The ancient artifact, usually so certain in its judgments, revealed its own doubt. For 1,000 years, I have sorted students according to 4 aspects of their nature. But always there was something more, something that didn't quite fit. Perhaps it's time to acknowledge that magic, like those who wield it, cannot be so easily categorized. On a night much like the one when she'd first found the book, Lucy made her choice. In the highest tower of Hogwarts, as thunder rolled across the sky, she opened the book to its final blank pages. But instead of allowing it to write itself, she took out her quill and began to write her own words. The 5th house shall return, not as it was, but as it should be. Not as a separate entity, but as a bridge between all houses. Its teachings shall be available to any student who wishes to learn them, regardless of their house affiliation. For magic, like truth, cannot be contained within a single vessel. As the last word left her quill, the 5-ringed symbol on the book's cover began to glow. Throughout Hogwarts, the strange symbols on the walls transformed, forming archways to new spaces that existed somewhere between the traditional houses, common rooms where students of all houses could gather to study the expanded forms of magic, corridors that shifted to create shortcuts between house dormitories, classrooms where the boundaries between magical disciplines blurred and merged. The castle settled into its new configuration, neither fully restored to its original 5-house structure nor remaining in its 4-house form. Instead, it had become something new, a place where the wisdom of Phoenix Firehouse could coexist with the established traditions, where students could explore all aspects of their magical nature while still honoring their house affiliations. Lucy Weasley had learned what Artemisia Blackthurn had known all along, that the greatest magic comes not from choosing between different paths, but from learning to walk them all. The book, having served its purpose, became a normal text though one filled with invaluable insights into this expanded understanding of magic. As she closed its covers for the final time, Lucy smiled, knowing that while some pages of history had been lost, new ones were always waiting to be written. Above her, in the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, 5 stars shone together in a new constellation, marking the dawn of a new era at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Story 7. The torchlight flickered against the dungeon walls of Hogwarts as Marcus Flint, too, traced his fingers along the ancient stones, following the serpentine patterns that only those of Slytherin blood could see. As the last heir of one of the oldest pureblood families, he had been taught from birth that his bloodline made him special, different better. Yet lately, doubt had begun to creep into his mind like morning mist over the Black Lake. It happened during his 6th year, on a night when the moon hung full and heavy over the castle's spires. Marcus had discovered a peculiar alcove in the deepest part of the dungeons, hidden behind a tapestry depicting Salazar Slytherin's departure from Hogwarts. The alcove contained something extraordinary, a mirror unlike any he had ever seen, its surface rippling like liquid mercury. But this was no ordinary mirror of desire or illusion. When Marcus gazed into its depths, he saw Hogwarts, yet not the Hogwarts he knew. In this reflection, the Great Hall buzzed with students wearing robes of all colors, sitting intermingled at tables with no house distinctions. The air crackled with magical energy far more potent than anything he had ever experienced. Over the next few weeks, Marcus discovered more mirrors, each hidden behind similar tapestries throughout the castle. Each showed a different version of Hogwarts, one where Salazar never left, another where Godric Gryffindor had been a Parselmouth, yet another where magic was taught without wands. But the most intriguing vision was of a Hogwarts where pure blood supremacy had never taken root, where magical ability flourished regardless of ancestry. The mirrors, Marcus realized, weren't showing mere fantasies, they were windows into parallel realities, each one a path not taken in their own history. His discovery might have remained a secret fascination, had it not been for what happened during the winter solstice. It began with whispers in the corridors, tales of strange creatures glimpsed in shadows. Then came the disappearances, items vanishing from locked rooms, students reporting missing time, portraits describing people who couldn't possibly exist walking the halls at night. The barriers between realities were thinning. Marcus found an unlikely ally in Emma Clearwater, a Muggle-born Ravenclaw who had independently discovered one of the mirrors while researching the castle's architectural anomalies. Together, they began to uncover the truth. Salazar's mirrors were never meant to be mere windows, they were doors, created as part of a grand experiment in magical theory. "Look at this," Emma said one evening, pointing to ancient runes carved around a mirror's frame. Salazar wasn't against Muggle-borns at all, at least, not originally. These inscriptions suggest he was studying the very nature of magic itself, trying to understand why it manifested in some families and not others. The truth shook Marcus to his core. The mirrors had been created to observe how magic evolved differently across various realities, seeking to understand its true nature. But something had gone wrong. The mirrors had been sealed, their purpose twisted by centuries of prejudice and misunderstanding. Now, creatures from these alternate realities were slipping through shadow wraiths, crystalline beings of pure magic, and darker things that defied description. The castle's very foundations were beginning to crack under the strain of multiple realities pressing against each other. Marcus and Emma found unexpected help from a portrait of Salazar himself, hidden in a forgotten chamber. This version of the founder was far different from the one described in history books. His eyes sparked with curiosity rather than contempt, and his words spoke of unity rather than division. The mirrors were never meant to separate, portrait explained, but to unite, to show that magic, in all its forms across all realities, springs from the same source. The divisions we create, pure blood, half-blood, Muggle-born, are as artificial as the houses themselves, but knowledge came with a price. As more creatures crossed between realities, students began developing strange abilities. Some could see through walls, others could speak languages they'd never learned, and a few began to manipulate magic in ways that defied conventional spells. The crisis came to a head during a full moon, exactly 1 year after Marcus's initial discovery. The barriers between realities had weakened to the breaking point. In the Great Hall, windows showed different versions of the night sky, and staircases led to places that shouldn't exist. Marcus gathered an unlikely group of allies: Emma with her brilliant mind, a Gryffindor skilled in defensive magic, a Hufflepuff who could sense the shifts between realities, and even a few fellow Slytherins who had begun to question their inherited beliefs. Together, they realized that the mirrors couldn't simply be sealed again. The damage was too extensive. Instead, they needed to fulfill their original purpose: to unite rather than divide. Using Emma's research and the knowledge passed down through Marcus's family, they began a complex ritual at the point where all the mirrors' energies converged. As they worked, reality itself seemed to hold its breath. The castle trembled, magic surged, and for a moment, every version of Hogwarts existed simultaneously. In that instant, Marcus saw the truth that Salazar had discovered. Magic wasn't about blood or birthright. It was about connection, about the infinite possibilities that existed in every choice, every moment. The ritual didn't destroy the mirrors or completely separate the realities. Instead, it created a new balance. The mirrors remained, but now they served as reminders rather than doors, windows into what could be, inspiring future generations to question their assumptions and see beyond artificial divisions. In the years that followed, Marcus Flint too became known not for his pure blood heritage, but for his role in transforming Hogwarts. The house system remained, but the rigid boundaries began to fade. Students from different houses started sharing common rooms, and new forms of magic inspired by glimpses through the mirrors became part of the curriculum. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the moon is full, students say you can still catch glimpses of other Hogwarts through the castle windows, reminders that in every reality, magic finds a way to unite rather than divide, to build bridges rather than walls, to reveal truths rather than hide them behind veils of prejudice and fear. The greatest lesson of Salazar's mirrors wasn't about the power of pure blood or the importance of tradition. It was about the endless possibilities that exist when we dare to look beyond our reflections and see the truth in all its infinite variations. Story 8. Snowflakes danced through the twilight air of Hogwarts Clock Tower as Helena Ravenwood pressed her mother's old brass key into the lock of a forgotten cabinet. The fourth-year Ravenclaw had discovered the key's existence in an ancient diary, its pages filled with cryptic references to a treasure that Rowena Ravenclaw had hidden away centuries ago. Not her famous diadem, but something far more dangerous. The lock clicked, and the cabinet door swung open with a whisper of aged wood. Inside, nestled on a bed of midnight blue velvet, lay a pocket watch unlike any Helena had ever seen. Its surface was etched with constellations that moved and shifted like real stars, and its hands were fashioned from what appeared to be frozen lightning. As Helena lifted the watch, its weight felt oddly inconsistent, as though it existed partially in another dimension. The moment her fingers brushed its surface, a surge of magic coursed through her body, and the world around her shifted. The snowflakes hanging in the air began to move backward, ascending rather than falling, and through the tower window, she watched the sun rise in the west and set in the east. The vision lasted only seconds, but it left Helena gasping. She had seen the future or rather, a possible future. In it, she had glimpsed the great hall in ruins, magical fire consuming the enchanted ceiling, and dark figures moving through the smoke. That night, Helena discovered the watch's true power. Each time she opened it, she could see glimpses of possible futures, branching out like countless silver threads. But each vision came with a price. After seeing a fellow student fail a crucial exam, Helena realized she could no longer remember the name of her first pet cat. When she foresaw a Quidditch accident, her memory of her 11th birthday vanished completely. The watch was trading memories for prophecies, consuming her past to reveal the future. Helena might have stopped using it then, had she not seen the most terrifying vision yet, Hogwarts falling, not to external enemies, but to an ancient curse woven into its very foundations by a forgotten enemy of the Founders. In this future, the castle's magic would turn against its inhabitants, transforming the school into a labyrinth of deadly enchantments. She sought help from the one person who might understand the Grey Lady, Hogwarts' most mysterious ghost. The spectral figure listened to Helena's tale with growing concern, finally revealing her own secret. She was Helena Ravenclaw, Rowena's daughter, and she knew the watch's history. "My mother created it," the Grey Lady whispered, her silvery form flickering in the candlelight, in an attempt to protect Hogwarts from all possible threats. But she discovered that knowing the future came at too great a cost. The watch doesn't just take memories, it takes the very essence of who you are, piece by piece, until nothing remains. But the knowledge of what is to come, the ghost's words were proven true as Helena's memories continued to fade. She forgot the sound of her father's laugh, the taste of her favorite dessert, the feeling of her first successful spell. Yet she couldn't stop using the watch, not when each vision showed the castle's doom drawing nearer. Desperate for answers, Helena turned to the portrait of a former headmaster, Vindictus Viridian, who had written extensively about temporal magic. The painted figure regarded her with keen interest, explaining that time itself was like a vast tapestry, with countless threads of possibility woven together. "The watch shows you these threads," he explained, "but it requires memory as anchor points without a past. One cannot truly comprehend the future. Your memories aren't simply disappearing. They're being transformed into magical energy to power the watch's prophecies. As winter deepened, Helena's visions grew clearer. The curse would awaken on the spring equinox, when the castle's magical ley lines were at their strongest. She could see the exact moment it would begin, a crack appearing in the foundation stone beneath the great hall, spreading like veins of dark lightning through the castle's walls. But by now, Helena had lost so many memories that her friends barely recognized her. She wandered the halls like a ghost herself, her mind filled with futures but empty of past. The Grey Lady watched in sorrow, seeing history repeat itself, another bright young witch, consumed by the pursuit of knowledge at any cost. The solution came from an unexpected source. One evening, as Helena sat in the Ravenclaw common room, staring at the watch as more memories slipped away, a first-year student accidentally spilled a bottle of remembrance potion on her robes. As the potion soaked through, Helena experienced a moment of perfect clarity. The watch didn't need to take memories it needed, only the energy contained within them. Working with the Grey Lady and the portrait of Vindictus Viridian, Helena developed a plan. They would use the remembrance potion as a catalyst, combining it with freely given memories from volunteers not taking them, but rather channeling their emotional energy. Students and teachers from all houses came forward, offering precious memories of their happiest moments at Hogwarts. On the night before the spring equinox, Helena stood in the Great Hall, the watch floating before her in a sphere of silver light. Hundreds of memory strands swirled around it, freely given rather than taken. As the castle's bells tolled midnight, she opened the watch one final time. The vision that came was clearer than any before. She saw the exact location of the foundation stone, the precise words of the counter curse needed, and most importantly, she understood why her mother had created the watch in the first place, not to prevent all possible dangers, but to teach future generations that the power to save Hogwarts lay not in sacrificing one's past, but in sharing it with others. Working together, the students and teachers found the foundation stone and performed the counter curse, just as the equinox dawn broke over the castle. The curse was neutralized, transformed by the freely given memories into a new form of protection for the school. The watch, its purpose fulfilled, became a normal timepiece, though one that still showed unusual constellations. Helena's lost memories gradually returned, though some remained hazy, like dreams half remembered upon waking. But she had gained something far more valuable, an understanding that true wisdom comes not from sacrificing who you are for knowledge, but from sharing what you know with others. Years later, students would tell stories of Helena Ravenwood and Rowena's watch, though few knew the full truth. But if you visit the Ravenclaw common room late at night, you might catch a glimpse of a peculiar pocket watch displayed in a case of honor, its constellation-covered surface still shifting like real stars, reminding all who see it that the future is not set in stone, and that our memories shared freely and cherished are the most powerful magic of all. Story 9. The stone corridors of Hogwarts' deepest dungeons echoed with more than just dripping water and students' distant footsteps. For Thaddeus Prince, the castle's newest caretaker, and a squib who had inherited the position from his second cousin twice removed, they echoed with bitter remembrance of what he could never have. Thaddeus spent his nights patrolling these ancient halls with only a mundane lantern to light his way, unable to conjure even the simplest Lumos charm. His weathered face, creased with premature lines of disappointment, reflected in the polished suits of armor that stood sentinel along the walls. Each reflection reminded him of his place in this world of wonders, always an observer, never a participant. On a particularly cold October evening, as wind howled through the castle's uppermost towers, Thaddeus discovered something unusual. His lantern light caught the edge of a stone that seemed somehow different from its neighbors, not in color or texture, but in the way it absorbed the light, as though it held shadows within itself. Years of bitterness had not completely extinguished his curiosity. Pressing the stone released a mechanism, and a section of wall silently swung inward, revealing a narrow passage that even the Marauder's map had never shown. The air that whispered from its depths carried the scent of ancient magic and forgotten secrets. The passage led him deeper than he'd ever ventured before, past the foundations of the castle itself. At its end, he found a vast circular chamber carved from living rock. In its center stood a dragon, but unlike any dragon Thaddeus had ever seen in textbooks or heard described in tales. This beast was perfectly still, its form caught between stone and scale, its eyes fashioned from crystals that seemed to hold captured starlight. Without thinking, Thaddeus reached out to touch the dragon's crystalline eye. The moment his fingers made contact, magic surged through him, not the kind that required a wand or incantations, but something older, more primal. The dragon's consciousness merged with his own, and suddenly he could see through the eyes of every statue in Hogwarts Castle. Stone knights turned their heads to watch students pass. Gargoyles blinked and shifted their wings. The great griffins flanking the headmaster's office stretched and yawned. Through countless stone eyes, Thaddeus saw the castle as he never had before, as a living entity, watched over by an army of stone guardians. But with this gift came knowledge that chilled him to his core. Through the dragon's ancient memories, he learned of a plot centuries in the making. A secret society of dark wizards, calling themselves the Brotherhood of the Serpent's Shadow, had infiltrated Hogwarts. Their goal was to steal the foundational magic of the castle itself, the ancient enchantments that made it more than mere stone and mortar. They had planted their agents carefully. A professor of ancient runes who was not who she claimed to be, a school governor whose lineage was fabricated, even a house elf who served two masters. Through his network of stone sentinels, Thaddeus watched them work, unable to reveal himself without exposing his newfound power. Hope came in the form of Aurora Blackthurn, the young transfiguration professor whose genuine love for teaching shone through every lesson. Through the eyes of classroom statues, Thaddeus had watched her stay late to help struggling students, had seen her demonstrate the same spell a dozen times until every pupil succeeded. If anyone would believe him, it would be her. Revealing himself proved harder than expected. How could he, a mere squib, approach a fully qualified witch with tales of stone dragons and ancient conspiracies? Yet the decision was taken from his hands when Aurora discovered him speaking to a suit of armor late one night. To his surprise, she didn't dismiss his story. Instead, she listened with growing concern, asking precise questions that revealed her own suspicions about certain recent events at the school. Strange magical disturbances had been occurring, failures in the castle's protective enchantments, unusual patterns in the ley lines that ran beneath the foundations. Together, they began to investigate, forming an unlikely partnership. Aurora's magical expertise complemented Thaddeus's ability to spy through stone eyes. They discovered that the Brotherhood planned to strike during the winter solstice, when the castle's magical foundations would be at their most vulnerable. As the solstice approached, Thaddeus found himself transformed. The bitter man who had haunted the corridors began to fade, replaced by someone with purpose. Through Aurora's friendship and respect, he learned that magic took many forms, and not all required a wand to work. The night of the solstice arrived with a fierce snowstorm that seemed to isolate Hogwarts from the rest of the world. The Brotherhood struck at midnight, their agents moving through the castle like shadows given form. But Thaddeus and Aurora were ready. Through his stone sentinels, they tracked every movement, countering each attempt to breach the castle's magical defenses. The final confrontation came in the chamber of the crystal-eyed dragon. The Brotherhood's leaders, revealed at last, attempted to harness the dragon's power for themselves. But they hadn't counted on the bond Thaddeus had formed with the ancient guardian. As they began their ritual, every stone statue in Hogwarts descended into the chamber, knights with swords drawn, gargoyles with wings spread, griffins with claws extended. Aurora's spells, combined with the overwhelming force of Hogwarts' stone army, proved too much for the Brotherhood. Their members were captured, their plot exposed, their dark ambitions thwarted. In the aftermath, as Aurora light danced across the Scottish sky, the truth about Thaddeus's role had to be revealed to the school governors. To his surprise, instead of dismissal, he received recognition. The position of Dungeon Guardian was created specifically for him, a new role that acknowledged his unique connection to the castle's stone sentinels. The crystal-eyed dragon remained his secret, but its chamber became a sanctuary rather than a prison, a place where magic manifested in ways that transcended the usual boundaries between magical and non-magical folk. Years later, students would whisper stories about the stern but fair caretaker who seemed to know everything that happened in the castle. They swore that the statues turned to watch them pass, that stone knights would bow slightly to those who showed particular courage or kindness. Few ever knew the full truth, but all felt safer knowing that Thaddeus Prince kept watch over them through eyes of stone. For Thaddeus had learned what the founders themselves knew, that true magic lies not in the ability to cast spells, but in the power to protect and serve others. His bitter reflection in armor had been replaced by something else, the image of a man who had found his place in the magical world, not despite his limitations, but because of them. Through him, the stone heart of Hogwarts had found its voice, and its ancient halls had gained a guardian whose power lay not in a wand, but in the very foundations of the castle itself. Story 10. Moonlight filtered through the ancient trees of the Forbidden Forest, casting strange shadows that seemed to dance with a life of their own. Aurora Blackwood stood at the forest's edge, her Ravenclaw scarf whipping in the autumn wind, as she held a peculiar fragment of wood in her trembling hands. It wasn't just any piece of wood. It was a broken wand fragment, discovered buried beneath the roots of a lightning-struck oak tree. The fragment hummed with an energy that made her half-blood magic sing in response. Intricate runes, unlike any she'd studied in ancient runes class, spiraled along its surface, glowing with a faint purple light that pulsed like a heartbeat. As a seventh-year student known for her exceptional magical perception, Aurora knew she had stumbled upon something extraordinary and potentially dangerous. That night, in the Ravenclaw common room, as she examined the fragment by wandlight, ancient words began to whisper in her mind. They spoke of a forgotten wizard who had sought immortality through a forbidden ritual, splitting his soul not into Horcruxes, but into 4 sacred wands. Each wand contained not only a piece of his essence, but also a fragment of pure, raw magical power that had once threatened to tear apart the very fabric of reality. The whispers were interrupted by a scream echoing through the castle corridors. Penelope Abbott, a first-year Hufflepuff, had vanished from her bed. The only trace left behind was a strange shadow burned into her pillow, shaped like a twisted wand. Over the next few days, more students disappeared, each leaving behind the same shadowy mark. Desperate for answers, Aurora sought help from an unlikely source, a forgotten portrait of Salazar Slytherin himself, hidden in a secret chamber beneath the lake. This version of Slytherin was different from the tales. Older, wearier, with eyes that held remorse rather than hatred. "I knew him," the portrait said, its painted eyes fixed on the wand fragment. Aldrich Blackthurn, a wizard who believed he could harness the raw power of magic itself. He created 4 wands, each containing a piece of his soul in a different aspect of magical mastery creation, destruction, transformation, and control. But the power drove him mad, and we, the founders, were forced to defeat him. We scattered the wands, hiding them where we thought they would never be found. Aurora's blood ran cold as she realized the truth she held in her hands, the wand of destruction, and its discovery had awakened the others. The missing students weren't gone. They were being drawn into the spaces between realities, where Blackthurn's fractured consciousness still lingered. A peculiar ally emerged in her quest to find the remaining wands. The portrait of Slytherin revealed that it could transform into a corporeal ghost for brief periods, though the process caused him great pain. This version of Slytherin, torn by centuries of regret over his role in dividing the houses, saw in Aurora a chance for redemption. Together, they deciphered the runes on the wand fragment, which led them to hidden chambers throughout Hogwarts. In the astronomy tower, behind a constellation that only appeared once every century, they found the wand of creation. Deep in the Chamber of Secrets, suspended in a crystal of frozen basilisk venom, lay the wand of transformation. The wand of control was discovered in the Room of Requirement, disguised as a simple teaching wand in a room full of thousands of identical wands. But with each wand they recovered, more students vanished. Aurora began to experience strange visions, glimpses of a realm between realms, where the missing students wandered through landscapes of pure magic, their minds slowly being consumed by Blackthurn's fractured consciousness. The final piece of the puzzle came from an unexpected source. While researching in the restricted section, Aurora discovered that her own family line traced back to Blackthurn himself. Her half-blood status, the very thing some pure-blood students had mocked her for, was the key. The combination of ancient magical bloodline and fresh Muggle heritage allowed her to handle the wands without being consumed by their power. On the night of the winter solstice, when the barrier between realities was thinnest, Aurora enacted an ancient ritual in the Great Hall. With Slytherin's ghost anchoring her to reality, she used all for wands to open a portal to the realm between realms. There, she confronted what remained of Aldrich Blackthurn, a being of pure magical energy, twisted by centuries of isolation and madness. The battle that ensued was fought not with spells, but with pure will. Aurora realized that Blackthurn's quest for immortality had been driven by fear of death, of being forgotten, of being powerless. Using the very power he had scattered across the wands, she showed him visions of how magic had evolved, how Muggle-borns and half-bloods had brought new perspectives and strengths to the magical world. Your legacy lives on, she told him, not through immortality, but through change. Through the blending of old and new, pure blood and Muggle-born, each generation building upon the last, in that moment of understanding, Blackthurn's fractured soul began to heal. The missing students were returned, the wands transformed from objects of power into ordinary teaching tools, and the holes in reality sealed themselves. But the experience left its mark on Hogwarts. The castle's magic was forever changed, infused with a deeper understanding of the connection between all forms of magic, all types of witches and wizards. The house divisions remained, but they became more permeable, with students recognizing that strength came from diversity rather than purity. Aurora went on to become a professor at Hogwarts, teaching a newly created course on magical theory that incorporated both ancient pure-blood wisdom and modern Muggle-born innovations. The broken wand fragment was mounted in the Great Hall, its runes now glowing with a warm golden light, reminding future generations that magic's greatest power lies not in dominance or immortality, but in its ability to evolve and unite. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the moon is full, students say they can see the ghost of Salazar Slytherin walking the halls with a peaceful smile, finally at rest, knowing that his last great act had been to help heal the divisions he had once created. As for Aldrich Blackthurn's legacy, it lived on not through the power of his wands, but through the lesson they had taught, that true immortality comes not from conquering death, but from contributing to the ever-evolving tapestry of magical knowledge that binds all witches and wizards together, regardless of their blood status or house affiliation.